Paris South Arena is the new home of one of the fastest growing sports in the world. And wherever you are in the world, a very warm welcome to the first day of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, the first of the Boccia matches. We've got a big lineup today here in Paris. We're focused on court number 3, and we'll get a share of all 4 classifications in this very first session. Some big names in the lineup on this first day. Sangampa from Thailand will be one of the favourites in his class. Competition begins with pool matches. Pools of 3 and 4 across both the men's and women's competition. For the very first time at the Paralympic Games, there are no mixed individual events. Women compete separate pools to the men. Eight days of competition for the boccia players, starting with the individuals, and we also have pairs and team competition as well. Here we are on court number 3. And what a way to start the boccia coverage at Paris 2024. David Smith, winner of the last 2 BC1 Paralympic gold medals from Great Britain, taking on Brazil's Jose Oliveira. Plenty of British support in the crowd. I'm sure you're going to see some of the Brazilians as well. Our referee, Andor Andersen from Denmark, will be taking control of this match. 3-time Paralympian herself, swam for the Danish Paralympic swim team in 88, 92 and 96, and won a bronze medal and a silver medal in her time, and a great advocate for athletes with a disability and also for women's sport across the world, but particularly in Denmark. David Smith, the world #1 from Great Britain. Individual silver at London 2012. Went on to win the gold medal in Rio 2016 and at the last outing in Tokyo. Goes up against Jose Oliveira, world #9 from Brazil, 47 years old. Competing at his 4th Paralympic Games. Bronze medalist last time out. The first Brazilian boccia player to win a Paralympic medal in the BC1 category. Boccia is one of 3 Paralympic specific sports which has no Olympic counterpart. For athletes, originally designed for athletes with cerebral palsy, but has expanded to those with physical impairments as well. Sports played indoors on a court, as you can see, similar to the size of a badminton court. Badminton's already underway here in Paris. Both sides have 6 balls, one side red, the other side blue. And the aim of the game is to get your balls closer to the white target ball, which is known as the jack, closer than your opponent's balls. Arena's starting to fill up. This massive South Paris arena is home to goalball and para table tennis, as well as the boccia. Built for the Paris Trade Fair in 1923. Situated about 15 kilometers from the athletes' village. almost ready to get underway. The Boccia is underway here at Paris 2024. Jose Oliveira from Brazil, world number 9 in the BC1 category, playing with the red balls. Goes up against the world number 1 and reigning Paralympic champion from Great Britain, David Smith. The game begins with the player playing with the red balls, throwing the jack out in the first of 4 ends. BC1 players have a maximum of 5 minutes to think about and release their 6 balls. The person who throws the jack in the end also throws first ball. Or her opponent will throw second, and then it's whoever's furthest away from the jack who's in play. And a great fast ball from David Smith. Nervy moments, of course, right at the start of any competition, but in particular the Paralympic Games. So after those first 2 balls are thrown, the side whose ball, the individual whose ball is not closest to the jack, throws the next ball. Once all 6 balls have been thrown by both athletes, the points are awarded. The side that is closest to the jack receives 1 point for every ball they have nearer than their opponent's ball. 4 classifications. Said up until now, Paralympic events have been mixed, but this is the first games where the men play in separate pools to the women's BC1 category. For players with cerebral palsy, they're allowed to use their hands or their feet to play the ball. And they're permitted, as you can see, to have an assistant with them on court to pass them the ball, should they need that. Game of strategy, precision, and perfect execution. There are some infringements to look out for. One of them in particular is the position of the chair in the box. It cannot be touching any of the lines. As the change of playing individual gender pools here in Paris. The other major change to the sport since Tokyo is balls are now ratified by World Boccia. They have to fit within a certain size and weight. Balls themselves vary as well in terms of hardness and softness. So with Jose Oliveira now closest to the jack, he's thrown 3 balls. It's David Smith's turn to have a crack with 5 balls remaining. The most successful British boccia player, going for the three-peat here in Paris. Has nudged his first ball on a bit, but I think red is still closest there, so see this just taps his first ball just a little bit closer. Doesn't look to be enough though, and it is Smith who remains in play. Not a bad shot though from Smith, the last one. Almost like a guard in curling placed up. And just pushes on. Now, this is all about the angles. Where can Jose Oliveira get through to that jack? Looking at it from his point of view, he's got a couple of red balls behind the jack, so he could push the jack on. I wonder if he goes for the first of our big disruptive shots. Find out which ball is he going to go for here. Between, but got a double ricochet off the 2 blue balls. Now it's an opportunity for Oliveira to push on the red ball he's just thrown. Perhaps, but if that jack is pushed any further back, the red are in control here. So Oliveira playing very well at the moment. Conditions within the hall, believe it or not, make quite a big difference. It's very warm in here today. That could help Oliveira, because it keeps the players relaxed. Their muscles are affected by the air conditioning so much. Now it's the turn of David Smith to put up a ball behind the jack. Is he gonna try and knock the jack on here? This will be some shot if he can land this. Clock still counting down on David Smith. Still got a minute and some change for his final ball. So he's have a real think about what he's going to do with this one.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Well, he has closest ball here. Oliveira has one more to go. Time is ticking down for the Brazilian.
30 seconds.
Well, looks like he's conceded the 1 point there. Oliveira, the final ball from David Smith, swinging this first end. And it's 1 for blue, confirmed by Anne Dorte Andersen from Denmark, the referee. It's looked after a very impressive first end for the double Paralympic champion, David Smith. So confirmation then that against the hammer, if you like, if you're a curling fan, David Smith has taken the first end by a single point to nil over Jose Oliveira from Brazil. Start of the second end of this BC1 Pool A men's individual boccia match. The first of the matches for both of these players at Paris 2024. David Smith begins the end. First throw of the jack. Ball must be thrown past that V line. Stay within the confines of the court, otherwise it gets placed in the middle of the court on that cross. You can see. Very cagey first end. They're a little unlucky not to come away with a point. Down to the prowess of David Smith. Of experience. Oliveira, 47 years old, originally from Ribeirão Preto, but now lives in Uberaba. He trains. He's a team silver medalist in 2014 when the World Championships were in Beijing. Bronze medalist from Pan American Games in Santiago last year. Trying to play an aggressive ball with his first one, went out of play, so that's been discarded. So he's trying to get the jack out this early on, have it placed on the cross. A look up. It's the balls in play. That's why the players get 5 minutes. Just got to work out their angles and then, of course, reposition the chair within the confines of their box. Just a tiny bit too heavy, perhaps. Just a touch. Maybe that's closer, though. Oh, I'm going to look now. I think it is. So he's played one out of play. Oliveira set up a defensive guard, and then rolled up one behind the jack and put David Smith, Great Britain, back in play. What can Smith create here? Is he going for a bit of power here? Can he see the ball just thrown up? He could just about see the ball just thrown up by Oliveira. See what they're doing now. Smith looking now to play up to the jack, either off the red or rolling around the side. Lovely, but he's kind of left Oliveira in a similar position now. And I think Oliveira has a clearer sight of the jack here. Oliveira getting into position here. You can see from the angle that he has a clear view of the jack. Now, does he roll up just up to the jack? Does he try and take out the blue ball just thrown David Smith? Because he got the 1 minute warning. red in play. Last ball for Oliveira, and he's only got 30 seconds left on the clock. Very important ball here because Smith could be on for a big score here. Perhaps a tiny bit too much contact there. Smith's turn to come and have a look, and don't blame him either. How many points is he up? Is he up by any to start with? Is it 2? Now, if it's 2, how much of a risk does he want to take here? He's already run 0 up. Considering his options. See him just throw away his last 3 balls here. See a way of guaranteeing more than 2 points. Very hard to tell whether that red ball was in that line of 3 closest to the blue. Close. He's going to play. He's going to play, Smith. Power. So sacrificed the ball, but he's nudged his blue on. And has he opened up an opportunity to score more points? Well, for short now, blue has got 1. Has he got the space to roll on top here? Tried it. He's got to reposition pretty quickly here. He's just throwing this one away. Happy with 2. So that's a little practice. That's a warm-up shot for the next end. He looking to show a bit of power, and it is 2 for David Smith in the second end. Oliveira coming to check. And Dr. Anderson confirming to all around that the second end has gone to David Smith by 2 points to 0, and he leads this BC1 Pool A match over Jose Oliveira by 3 points to 0. halfway through this BC1 Pool A match, and David Smith of Great Britain leads Jose Oliveira of Brazil by 3 points to 0. Oliveira with the jack. And number 3 underway here in the Paris South Arena at Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. David Smith of Great Britain, the reigning Paralympic champion in the BC1 category, leading Jose Oliveira, the world number 9 from Brazil, by 3 points to 0. That's a commanding lead at the halfway stage. Oliveira playing short again, as he did in the first end. Really needs to get on the scoreboard in this third end. Lovely first shot in end number 3 from David Smith of Great Britain. It was plenty warm in this arena at the start of this match, but the air conditioning has kicked in. Understandably, they want to keep the crowd in pleasant conditions. It's been very warm in Paris. As they fill up the stadium, it does start to warm up. 3 sports going on at the same time as well, so it's not just this arena within this facility. It's full of spectators and athletes. Whilst it's great for the spectators, the athletes will start to feel it. Tightens up the muscles, and of course when you're throwing a ball with the precision required in boccia, tight muscles are not your friend. So options here now for Jose Oliveira. Yes, he's had to use a couple of balls to create this opportunity. necessarily deploy the same kind of power as Smith, but looking to push on, and does indeed. Now, has he left the jack open? There's one of his red balls in the way. It looks to be the jack is open here. Options for Smith with 5 balls remaining. Will he elect to try and push the jack out of play so that it's replaced on the cross? Now, this could give him a massive scoring opportunity if he was to go for that. A measure being required here. Looks to be at least one blue closest, so I think that Oliveira is going to be in play here. I think the question is the blue on the left of the jack closer than the red as well? Calipers come out. Reading that correctly. It's red in play. Didn't quite see whether it was one or two blues closest. Pushing on and blocking out the jack at the same time. That's a good shot. Now we need to see some invention from David Smith. The blue ball that he can see is probably just a little bit too far away to push on to the jack. Maybe not. He's going for a bit of power here. So another sacrifice ball. Work out as expected. ended up pushing on the red here. And there could be a chance for 2 for Oliveira. Much needed 2 as well. We'll put him right back in the game. Can he see a way through? Not much time. Oh, he did see a way through, but it was a little bit heavy. Didn't have the luxury of time to play with, so had to get the ball out of hand quicker than perhaps he wanted. So referee Anderson asking Oliveira if he wants her to measure. She's said confirmed 1 for Oliveira. But, does he want to measure on the ball on the right? Looks like he does. So going to measure the 2 blues, the ones either side of that red, just above the jack as we're looking. For red, the measure was critical there, and Oliveira gets himself on the scoreboard, finds himself just 1 point behind after 3 ends.
1 minute.
Oliveira and assistant a lot happier now. Smith looking like he's still calm and comfortable, but after 3 ends, Jose Oliveira of Brazil, the world number 9, has got himself right back in this match against the Paralympic champion from Great Britain, David Smith. He trails by 3 points to 2. And number 4 underway here in this BC1 men's individual Pool A match, the first of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games here in the South Paris Arena. The winner of the last 2 Paralympic gold medals, David Smith, with Jack and the blue balls, leads by 3 points to 2 over Jose Oliveira of Brazil, who's fought his way back into this match. Very good 3rd end. done that before, tried the disruption early doors with the first ball, but gone clean past and sacrifices his first ball, Oliveira. We're going to see a more defensive strategy from David Smith in this one. Well, you get a good view there that Jack is very, very well covered. David Smith's blue ball. Oh, now, how's that finished up? Electing to go to the right-hand side as he looks at it. Pushing on and running off the ricochet into a very strong position as well. Is this too blue? It might well be, you know. So 2 blue balls closest to the jack. Oliveira could roll up to the blue ball just thrown by David Smith. That might be the best strategy. The problem is it's then open for Smith to knock out of the way. Oliveira's got the ball to the left as we see it from the side angle. So the danger there for Smith. Should he go for more aggressive play as he's pushing Jack closer to that other red? Finely poised. Just a point left in this. Oliveira has made this an interesting pool match when he looked like he was really going to be in trouble at 3-0 down at the halfway stage. So he's decided to open the jack up. Now, does he have the power to push this jack far enough? Didn't get the angle right for that one, I don't think. One of 2 options there. He was either trying to go past ball, he's not happy with it, or come up the other side and just went way too far left. Find out now, that's the shot he was looking for. Has switched play over to David Smith, but he has the advantage, Smith, throwing his third ball. So blue closest, he's could settle for this. He's going for more points. The blue ball he's just thrown there and sort of rolled in between that and the red. He's just pushed it on through the middle. That's confirmed the win here. One more ball to go, of course. Does he go for 2 points? He's probably put it in a safe enough place to do so. Doesn't want to make a mistake, though. There's danger being in two minds. And he has pushed it on for 2. So it was a great comeback by Jose Oliveira in the third end, but he wasted his first ball in the fourth. And David Smith of Great Britain, the two-time Paralympic champion, has started his campaign here. He's going for the three-peat in Paris with a 5-2 victory over the Brazilian. Confirmation then that this first Pool A match in the men's individual BC1 here in the Boccia Arena sees the two-time Paralympic champion David Smith start his campaign for the three-peat with a 5-2 victory over Brazil's Jose Oliveira. final check of the scores here in the South Paris Arena. The first day of Boccia, on the first day of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. David Smith of Great Britain has beaten Jose Oliveira of Brazil by 5 points to 2. A great start to his attempt to win a third consecutive BC1 title at the Paralympic Games here in Paris. for joining us at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games in the Boccia venue, the South Paris Arena, where next up we'll feature the Pool E men's individual BC2 preliminary round matchup as Lan Xijian from the People's Republic of China takes on Japan's Sugimura Hidetaka. Players in their warm-up as the crowd begins to burgeon here. If you're just joining us, we are on the first day of competition at these Paralympic Games. From Greece will take control of this match. If you're new to Boccia, well, you're in for a treat. Not only have we got the reigning Paralympic champion in Sugimura against this man here, Lan Xijian. An intriguing little battle ahead of us. Just 3 Paralympic sports with no Olympic counterpart. Played on a court similar size to badminton. Both players will have 6 balls as we take a look at the reigning Paralympic champion. World number 5 currently, Sugimura, 42 years old. On his 4th games. A man of firsts, Sugimura. Part of the first Japanese team to get a Paralympic medal in Rio, and then the first Japanese boccia player to get a gold medal in the individual competition in Tokyo 2020. Both players will have 6 balls. Sugimura playing red, so he'll throw first in the first end. Lan playing with the blue balls. The idea of the game is to get your balls closer to the white target jack. For every ball that you have closer than your opponent's closest, you get a point. Game's played over 4 ends. A maximum of 4 minutes for the players to release all their balls. Player with red will throw the first jack and then the first ball. In this case, Lan, throwing blue, will throw his first ball, and from then on, it's the player that's furthest away from the jack, or whose closest ball is furthest away from the jack, that is in play. About to get underway here at Paris 2024. And number 1 of this BC2 Pool E match begins with Sugimura Hidetaka throwing the first jack, the Paralympic champion, looking to defend his title here in Paris. Must be thrown beyond that V line that referee Roland-Garros is standing on. Days obviously in this match, but comforting, nerve-relaxing first ball from Sugimura. Immediately going for a bit of disruption here. Didn't quite get enough contact, the world number 30. And playing this second games. Throw next. Team silver in Tokyo, individual 7th for a man from the People's Republic of China. Team bronze at the 2018 World Championships in Liverpool. Also competed in the last Asian Games, finishing 7th in the individual competition. They're in Hangzhou. Two balls to release the jack, both going out of play, removed from the court. Now that man is closest to the jack, Mora has a visit to the playing box. He's got options here. Does he knock the jack on, or does he just try and play up to it? Almost use that blue ball as a bit of a guard. Took the second of the options. Oh, has that done enough to go all the way out? It hasn't. Didn't quite get the angle. It was pretty close. Has he put this now in a position that's better for him? He's definitely got the longer game. And he's staying in play, just perfectly judged. Fourth games for Sugimura, 42 years old, born in Itu. A good outing in Tokyo at the last Paralympic Games, individual champion, team bronze medal. Get to see what his long game is like here in Paris. Very nice. Happy with that one. So, all 6 balls thrown from Lan. I wonder if he takes the same approach in the next end, because he's left the door open here for a multi-point scorer for Sugimura Hidetaka. Didn't quite judge that. You can see what he's trying to do, though. Knock the blue ball out of play. He's had a Steiter. Wonder if he goes for the same approach. Comes around the other side this time. Last ball, so probably enough time. If he just sneaks this one in between the two reds. He's tried for that blue again, but missed it. A bit of danger in that shot, because he could have knocked the blue on into a scoring position. I think he's on for one here. Japanese athlete. I think that is one. I think the red that's to the left, as we look at it there, is a bit further away than the blue to the right. But close enough that Eleni Lilolu is going to bring out the calipers. A little bit of debate there between Lilolu and Lan, but he's well within his rights just to double check everything. Lilolu is on the referees committee for World Boccia.
The score is 1 for red and finish 1 red. 1 red.
Could have been so much more for Sugimura, but he leads after one end over the People's Republic of China's Lan by 1-0 as they go into their 1-minute break. So confirmation then that after the first end, the reigning Paralympic champion Sugimura from Japan leads Lan of China by 1-0. Start of the second end of this men's BC2 Pool E match on the first day of Boccia, at the first day of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And Sijan with the blue balls, throwing first in the second end, trailing by a point to this man here, Sugimura Hidetaka from Japan, reigning Paralympic champion. Sort of hope for a couple more points from the first end. Had to settle for one, but we've seen that Lan has come out with an aggressive game plan. So that first ball, it looked like a little bit of an error from Sugimura. I don't think it was. I think it was put up as a guard for that second shot. Now, are we going to see another end of aggressive play here? I think we are. Lan's put his marker down here. Freed up the jack and rolled up to behind the cross. Now that could prove crucial later on in this end. The jack goes out of play beyond the white lines around the court and is replaced on that cross in the middle of the court. Beautiful. So he's got to back up the two balls he's used there, as well as being closest to the jack as things stand. Sugimura first picked up a boccia ball in the third year of high school. Keen fan of all sports. There's a teacher at that school that introduced him, trying to do a little bit of disruptive play himself there. The teacher introduced him to boccia. Got a bronze medal in his first competition. He took part in a team event in the Shizuoka Prefecture. Talks about, whilst the game seemed simple, it was the subtle aspects that appealed to him, the throwing techniques, the strategy, the tactics with your opponent. Still blue. Sugimura clearly has a game plan here, because he immediately repositioned his chair in the playing box. Nicely done, lobbed over the guarding trio of balls. Looking for that ricochet as well. Beautifully executed shot, that one. Yeah, that's worth a little look at, isn't it? Well, that angle makes it look like red is closest. That angle gives us a clear view that blue is closest, and it's the final ball for Sugimura in this second end.
30 seconds.
Critical. Reaction says it all. Now, final ball for Lan. Sugimura has played up a ball that is going to be very difficult to dislodge. She tries to play on, and I think that means that he has given an extra point. As things stand, has it cleared space though for this last one? Doesn't look easy. Looks like he just slightly overplayed it. Saves a point, gotta say that, but there was a chance there for Lan to get more out of that second end. And in the end, it's a 2-0 lead for Sugimura, the world number 5, reigning Paralympic champion at a halfway stage. Leads by 2 over Lan of the People's Republic of China. And number 3 underway here in the Boccia venue. Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Japan's Sugimura Hidetaka defending the title he won in Tokyo. Leads by 2, with 2 ends to go over China's Lan Xizhan. chunk of his time used there. I need to keep an eye on that clock. It's 4 minutes for BC 2 players. Now, power again from Lan. Well, much like in the first end, it's taken 2 balls from Lan to release the jack. Still no blue balls close to the jack, so he has to play his third, and great to see that contrast of shots. Power shots, then beautiful little placement shot. Looks to be pretty well in front of Sugimura as well. You can see what he's trying to do, tap it on the left-hand side of the jack as we look at it to push it out towards the right. Didn't make enough contact this time. What's he got on his mind here? Is he going to use that softer ball onto the left? Try and roll up and then defend from there. 2 harder balls. Softer ball sits a little bit more stuck to the court, so it's difficult to move. Selected to go for harder ball, so is he going to push this jack on here, or is he going to try and nudge the blue out the way? Inside a minute, still 3 balls to play. It is going to become a problem here. happy with that. And you can see why. That's a tricky ball to get to now. And clock's already inside 45 seconds for Sugimura. He played another power shot just before. That placement and touch, absolutely superb. So, measure actually showing that the red ball is quite significantly closer to the jack than the furthest blue ball as the players look at it. Trying for a ricochet there. It looks to be that red is still closest, and he's got one more ball left, Sugimura. Just 20 seconds though. Needs to release this pretty quickly. All of his time, and that placement is absolutely brilliant. Given the time pressure he was under there, to make 2 points from the third end for Sugimura shows his class. Eleni Lilogli has already measured the blue balls, and the red was closer than both of them, and that final ball is closer than what was the closest red. So confirmed 2 for Sugimura Hidetaka, reigning champion. 4-0 up after 3 ends. Just one to come here in this Pool E men's match in the BC2 Boccia competition in Paris 2024. Confirmation then that the reigning Paralympic champion from Japan is leading 4-0 here in his first Pool E match against Lan Xijian of China. Fourth and final end of this BC2 Pool E match here in the Boccia competition at Paris 2024. And Lan of the People's Republic of China has gone long with the jack. Needs a big end here to force the tie-break. Sugimura can play with a little bit of defense in mind. Tricky to score 3. harder to score 4. A single end, of course. How is Sugimura going to play this? For tat at the moment. Just beautifully placed. Felt it needed to roll up to the further blue. And that negates the potential advantage that Lan has by knocking on the jack. Potential defensive strategy being deployed now by Sugimura. Try and crowd the jack, make it difficult to get to. Yes, he's giving away a single point at the moment, but he can afford to do that. Leading by 4 through the first 3. Still blue. You can see now he's getting very crowded around that jack, and I think this is exactly what Sugimura wants. Could play this one off the blue closest to him. Knock that blue on. Now that's doing favours for Lan here. Guarding the other side. Does he lay this one up a little shorter? Again, prevent the lines. Oh, look at that. Where did he pull that one out of? I mean, it may not necessarily be closest. We need to have a look at that overhead. For sure, let's have a look here. That's going to be tight. Remember, he doesn't need the points here, Sugimura. It's Lan who's under the pressure.
Score? I think 1 red, but I will measure, not sure.
So, Eleni Lelolu thinks that it's 1 in favour of Sugimura. And look where that red ball is behind the jack. This is now tricky. Even if he can't win the match, every point will prove critical. In a pool of 4, could end up coming down to points won in lost matches. Just can't see how he's going to disrupt that red closest to Jack. Potentially could push one of the balls already in play onto it. Got plenty of time, so electing to come and have a look at how he can get through to the jack or push on. Seems to have his mind made up. Can he come round the right-hand side as we look at it, potentially? Didn't quite get enough on that. And that looks to be 1 red. Time it's Sugimura who wants to check, see if he's got any more points, but here comes Lan as well.
This is the scoring ball. Yes, and this is your closest. Thank you.
And a conciliatory nod from Lan Sijan as Sugimura Hidetake gets a single point in the final end to win the match by 5 points to 0.
1 for red, 1 for red. Final score, 5 for red, match finish, 5 for red.
Referee going through the final protocol. They check the balls at the end of every single match just to make sure that they are still conform to the parameters set. The new parameters have been put in place since this man won the Paralympic title in Tokyo. He started his defense with a 5-0 win here. His precise placement proving to be the difference over the pure power put down by Lan Sijan. And a 5-0 win for the reigning Paralympic champion means Paris has got underway perfectly for the Japanese athlete.
So we have 1 red in the first, 1 red in the second, 2 red in the third, and 1 red in the fourth. So 5 for red. Yes? Approve? Okay, so okay everyone. No vibrations, okay?
Pleased as punch, the reigning Paralympic champion from Japan, Sugimura Hidetaka, has taken his first Pool E match 5 points to 0 over the People's Republic of China's Lan Xizhan. Welcome to the Paris South Arena for this women's individual BC4 Pool B match, where we'll see Canada's Alison Levine take on Egypt's debutant at the Paralympics, Hannah El-Far. Athletes awaiting the start of their first pool match here at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Paris South Arena filling up on day one of the games, day one of the Boccia. Lucy Bates is taking control of this match. Qualified as an international Boccia referee in 2015, passing her course in Korea. She's been a stalwart on the circuit ever since. Joining us, a warm welcome to Boccia. Fascinating game, one of the fastest growing of all sports across the globe. Alison Levine, world number 2, competing in her 3rd games here in Paris, taking on Hannah El-Far from Egypt, the world number 25, making her Paralympic debut at the age of 31. Making an appearance there. Big family affair that is the Boccia audience here. Referee Lucy Bates steps up. We're about to get underway. The BC4 women's individual Pool B match underway. Hannah El-Far, Paralympic debut at the age of 31. The red balls throws the first jack. Shallow into the court. Got to go past the B line, the V line, I should say. And the idea of the game is to get your ball closest to the jack at the end of each end to score points. Each player has 6 balls. See the players throw the jack, throw first ball, then the opponent throws a ball, and from then on, if you're closest to the jack, your opponent is in play. For every ball that you have closer to the jack than your opponent's closest ball, you score a point. game is played over 4 ends. Sacrificing the first ball, Alison Levine. Really interesting one, this one. She likes to dominate the Canadian. Uses her power to keep ends open. Likes to accumulate points later on in the end. She has control. She'll take a cautious approach just to settle in this first end. So she's thrown a bit of power to start with, and then gone for a bit of touch, a bit of placement. That's closest ball, so how far back out. In the warm-up, we noticed that Alison played to her opponent's jack. How far didn't play to Levine's jack, no. So already starting to get a feel for it, the Canadian, to see how Far's jack reacts, how hard or soft it is. A softer ball is harder to move. So Levine in control. Clinical use of her first 2 balls. Far responds, sacrifices that ball, but has closest ball now. Pushing on, is it enough? Looks to be. So far, the world number 25 is keeping the world number 2. Levine, pretty honest here. Sport originally designed for athletes with cerebral palsy, but this BC4 category is actually for players who don't have cerebral palsy but have another disability with a motor dysfunction in all 4 limbs, and similar functional ability to the BC2 athletes. No sports assistant.
1 minute.
Pushes on now. Is that for 2? That could well be. Brilliant shot from Eiffel, starting really well here. So the cautious start from Levine. We know that she likes to play with aggression. Understandable, the nerves are high in your first match at any competition, especially at the Paralympic Games. But I wonder if she's thinking she should have been a little bit more aggressive early on. Play again here. she got the angle to sneak in and rest up on the jack itself. It looks like that's going to be difficult. She's going to have to come off another ball. She's going to get closest, but it looks like she's going for power again. She's pushed on. Lovely. Now, we're going to see another beautiful placement shot here. She's going to push that blue just thrown by Levine out of the way. She tried to play it off hers or got her angle completely wrong.
30 seconds.
30.
That's the shot. So there's a bit of time pressure there on Alfar.
1 minute.
Can Levine steal a point here? Is there a way for her to steal a couple?
Seconds.
She's pushed on red. Now, an opportunity for potentially a 2-0 lead over Levine. This would be some start from the Egyptian. Be delicate. Played it off and played it safe, and that is a great start from Hannah El-Far. She's taken the first end here with a beauty. In fact, every single shot she played, apart from the fourth ball, was played to perfection. Superb start from the Egyptian, leading the world number 2 by 2 points to 0.
Seconds. 10 seconds.
Start of the second end, the world number 2, Alison Levine from Canada, 2-0 down, has the jack. Second end underway. Left the jack open here, but they're back against the wall. We know Alison Levine can generate some of her best boccia. She certainly won't want to be too behind. Let's not rule her out at this very early stage. 5 of the 6 balls thrown by Alfar in the first end were perfection personified. Can she keep up the pressure on the Canadian world number 2? So tried to clear the blue out of the way, and in doing so, keep her ball on the jack, but didn't quite get her aim right. To use a minimum of 3 balls, half her arsenal, just to get closest. Missed first one, she did nudge the blue with the second and free up the jack a little bit more. Now a bit of placement, I feel. Just to get right in between the 2 balls in play. Of the balls have gone astray to the right. How far? There you go. That was the one that she was looking for. Yeah, after starting so well, it's difficult when you're the underdog to keep that pressure on. Contain the nerves, and the adrenaline will be pumping through your veins. Bates coming to have a look at this one. He's nudged the jack a little bit, and having to go for the measure here. So takes control, experience showing through. Parking from Montreal, became the first woman to be ranked world #1 in 2019 in the BC4 category, when it was a mixed gender competition. This is the first Paralympics where we've seen the genders split. Far push on the jack. So we've seen a couple go right. That one's the first one that's gone left. But if she can hit the jack now, she could be 3 up. fan or potentially coach in the crowd saying it's all yours, Ali. Well, she's quite right. Certainly one up, potentially two, and she's asking for a measure. Don't blame her. Got plenty of time. Measure will come for that red at the top of the shot. Oh, it's very close indeed. Didn't quite get Lucy Bates' call there, but I think it was just the one. So, now for the precision. That makes it two. Now, does she roll up for three? Well, Lucy Bates electing to go for the measure. There was a way to four there, but Levine settled for three. Not a bad idea, having gone 2-0 down in the first. So we can see two are certainly close, or closer than the red. Is three. Needed the measure, but just like that, Levine has fought back in the second end. And at the halfway stage, the Canadian world number 2 leads this Pool B match in the BC4 women's competition by 3 points to 2. So halfway through this Pool B women's individual BC4 match, the world number 2 from Canada, Alison Levine, leads 3-2 over Egypt's Hannah El-Far. And number 3 underway. It was a fantastic start from Hannah El-Far from Egypt, taking 2 points in the first end. But the world number 2 fought back in the second to steal the lead. Just not clicking like it did in the first end for the Egyptian. There's a stark contrast in the look and feel of the athletes. Despite being 2 behind, remained calm, remained relaxed. Conversely, Alfar looking a little lost. So she's rolled up on top. This is going to need the torch. So hasn't got closer. Effectively calling both balls touching the jack, both one red and one blue. And Alfar now asking for a measure, but I'm not entirely sure this can be measured.
Touching.
Yeah, both touching. So you've got to get closer, hence why it will be Alfar to play again. What should do here? Disrupt the blue potentially, but then are you going to knock the jack
1 minute.
out of the way? It's a tough call here. And let's not forget, Levine has only played one of her balls. So she's done just that. So Alfar's ball has gone long, but there's a blue ball between the ball she just threw and the jack. So you know, it's almost like a backup shot when you play beyond the jack. Still bags of time for Levine. Nailed it.
One minute.
1 minute.
that's a great shot. She's wandering away. It's taken so long. Disappointed with that. It's gone. It's not gone when she wanted it to go, and it's gone a little bit too far.
Seconds.
30.
So with final ball, there is a bit of pressure now on the Egyptian debutante.
10 seconds.
10.
Rushed on, and in fact blue still closest. Acting a little bit like a guard. Levine coming to have a look at this. Ball thrown by Alfar.
1 minute.
Well, they're coming to have a look at this. Levine electing to sacrifice. And she's just taken the single point here, but used that final ball to practice her layup. Thinking ahead and pinching a point. There could have been 3 potentially for Levine in that one, but she settled for the 1 point for a 4-2 lead with 1 end to go. The Canadian is in charge of this BC4 women's individual Pool B match. Fourth end about to get underway. The pool match between Levine of Canada and Alfar of Egypt. Levine coming from 2-0 down after the first end to lead by 2 going into the final end. Plays up short jack again. Not seeing the power that we've become accustomed to from Levine so much in this match. Taking a cautious start to her first match. And again, has left the jack wide open here. Finely poised. Now, Levine potentially has the power to push this jack on. I'm not sure that's really worked out the best for her. She's now blocked off her sort of banker ball sitting at the back there, closest to us now. Wearing her lucky red shoes, Levine. She's being pushed here all the way. Quite enough. Now, I've got to be thinking here, can El Far fashion a way to get 2 points and force a tiebreak? Handheld rear view mirror being used there to make sure that her wheels are not touching any lines, because that will be a penalty, and any ball that she throws will be discarded if she was to be touching the white lines. Very diligent with that. close indeed. Doesn't look just like it was blue though.
One minute. Seconds.
She's going to lob this over the jack and try and put up a defence. No, she's just pushing on. I think that's still only one for blue. But has she done enough to limit scoring opportunity for El Far? El Far has 3 balls left. Sacrifice one, but slightly opened up the jack. Just checking what the position was. Happy to use a little bit of time for Lucy Bates to have a look at it. She said, without a measure, I can confirm 1 for blue. Yeah, that's definitely going to need a measure. The one to the left of the jack, the blue ball to the left of the jack is definitely closest.
30 seconds.
She's got to get, these two have got to be absolutely spot on, let's not forget. She needs the 2 to force a tie break. So not much time left at all. And that was the shot she was looking for before. And it's just the single point for red. Asking for a measure, so things stand. It would be a 4-3 victory for Levine, but Lucy Bates, the referee, has called Levine up to stand over and watch the measure along with Hannah El Far. So those are the 2 closest balls, 1 red, 1 blue, hence the single point for Hannah El Far. Not quite enough on her Paralympic debut. In fact, Egypt's Paralympic debut in the Boccia arena. A great start from El Far, saw her go 2-0 up, but then there were some decision-making errors, a few execution errors. She prevented Levine from dominating the match. Levine winning it just by the single point. 4-3. The Canadian gets a victory in her first Pool B match. The athletes wait on as the final check of the balls is completed by the referee, Lucy Bates. Final check of the scores here in this BC4 Pool B match between Levine and El Far, Canada versus Egypt. A great start from the debutante from Egypt, going 2-0 up after the first end, but Levine struck back in the second and third. A single point was not enough for El Far in the fourth to force a tie-break, but it's been a great debut opening match for El Far, just losing out to a player that we expected would dominate a single point. Levine, perhaps not as convincing as we expected, but a win is a win, and she comes through her first match with a victory here at Paris 2024. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far from the Paris South Arena. One more match to come in the first session of Boccia, Paralympic Games. Welcome back to the Paris South Arena for the men's individual BC3 Pool A match. First of the matches, as you can see, two British athletes in Pool A, and they will face each other first. An all-British affair on court 3 as William Arnott takes on his good friend and teammate Patrick Wilson. A battle of North versus South in the British Isles as Selena Hernandez from Mexico is ready to officiate the match. Boccia in Mexico is a rapidly growing sport as it is around the world, and Selena Hernandez being involved on the officials' side of the court is seen as a very important person. Growing in participation and potential, you need the officials and all the volunteers, of course, to help Paralympic sports program as an Olympic sports program grow. Boccia is likely to play a significant role in Mexico's potential success at the Paralympic Games. William Arnott will be teamed up with Conor Welfare, his ramper. Arcs from Reading, just west of London. Just silver in the European Championships in 2023. Goes up against a man from the north, from the Wirral, Patrick Wilson, currently living in Edinburgh in Scotland. He's got some experience, silver in 2014. Lost out to Arnott in the round of 16 at the 2022 World Championships. Here, bipartite place due to the great results he's had this year, including a bronze at the Sao Paulo World Cup. Wilson, world number 10, Arnott, world number 7, a clash of two friends. Battle that no British fan of Boccia will be missing, I'm sure. As you can see, operators are in place for the BC3 competition. Look at the longest amount of time for all the Boccia athletes, 6 minutes to release their 6 balls. And as you can see, the athletes have a pointer device to release the ball. Patrick Wilson has Meredith Greenwood operating his ramp. As I say, Conor Welfare operating the ramp for Will Arnott. Practice over. Well, the athletes that have to play their country fellows have to have two different coloured tops, and conveniently for us, Paddy has worn a red top. He's playing with the red balls. There he is. And number one in the BC3 Pool A matchup between the two British athletes is underway. Patrick Wilson has released the jack, playing with the red balls. Will play first ball. Delighted with his start. Switch over to William Arnott, number 7, playing with the blue balls. If you're just joining us, the idea of the game is to have at least one of your balls closest to the jack at the conclusion of each end. For every ball that you have your colour closest to the jack, closer to the jack than your opponent's closest ball, you score a point. The game's played over 4 ends, and if it's all tied up after 4, they will play a tiebreaker end to decide the match. .5 metres by 6, the court dimensions. It's not unusual to see the jack being released just past the V line. Sacrificing his first ball just to open up the jack. Now the ramp operators have to, as you can see, keep their back to play. They're allowed to get involved in the decision making. That all comes down to the athlete. Decides the direction the ramp is put in, the height at which the ball's going to be dropped from as well. And it's so critical for the athletes in this classification to go through their warm-ups really carefully, and they'll mark down and measure. You'll see them holding pads, the distance the ball, different balls they're using will travel for the delicate placement shot to get closest ball. The play will switch over to Paddy Wilson. Despite the athletes going through their warm-ups in the days leading up to this, the conditions in this venue change, and it has a lot to do with how many people are in the crowd as well. So cooler conditions mean the balls behave in a slightly different way. Just a reminder on his knee of where he is. Temperature inside the hall makes a big difference. I've actually seen the temperature change a little bit. It was very warm in here right at the start of this session. The air conditioning's kicked in. It's cooled down, so athletes need to keep an eye on that and adjust their measurements that they've got from warm-up accordingly. Nice shot there from Patrick Wilson. Looks like he's on for 2 here, and the angles a little tricky for Arnott. Another ball sacrifice, but he won't be too bothered about that. He's opened up the jack. I suppose these guys know each other really well. Obviously from the same country, will train together and would have trained together in the build-up to this Paris 2024 Paralympics. But there are some big differences, most significant of which is that Will does use a notepad. He does write down, document his warm-ups. Patrick playing in red with the red balls. Likes to keep all the information in his head and then adapts to the playing surface based on that humidity in the building, dust that's built up on the court. And that is a beautiful shot from Arnott. Fish. Fige, the Olympic and Paralympic mascot. Say that we are going to have a bit of power. So now, has he got the angle to push the jack on? Opened the path to the jack and left his ball behind it. Now, the goal will be to push the jack towards the ball he's just played. Got to get his angles right. Ball, has he got it? Didn't quite push it on enough, I don't think. It still looks to be blue for me. But plays another one. Just need to slightly alter his angle and this time leave the cue ball, the ball that he's about to release from the ramp, roughly where the jack is now, pushing the jack towards 2 red balls. He's just previously played.
1 minute.
A lot of strategy involved, and 1 minute left with 2 balls to play. BC3, it's not a huge amount of time. Now he's on for 1 here. Starts ticking down. Not side of the clock. But he's got bags of it. So a bit of power, trying to push the red out of the way. Oh, he's clipped his own ball there. Didn't quite get the angle right. Time's going to be an issue here. Ramp operator trying to stay calm. Inside 10. And all the balls released now. Selena Hernandez looking over. And it requires a measure. I think for the second ball, Red, I think, have got 1 here. Blue ball just to the right is going to be measured. To check the distance from that second, slightly darker red ball. Blue is going to keep the score to 1-0. Confirmed then that Paddy Wilson leads after the first end by a single point to 0. There's a chance there for Will Arnott to bag a point at least in that end, but it passed him by. And it's Wilson who leads after 1 end of 4. Start of the second end. William Arnott of Great Britain trailing his teammate Patrick Wilson by a single point. Conor Welfare, the ramp operator. Saw him just moving the ramp from side to side. That's not just to make sure everything's working. It's part of the rules. Aiming purposes. Don't give anyone an advantage. Now, has that stayed in? It has just crossed the line. Ball must be clear of the V line. What's he do here? Does he roll one up to the right as we're looking at it? Block the view from his teammate. On the ramp for Paddy Wilson. We're going to have some disruption again. Arnott would have wanted his blue ball just to be a little bit deeper into court. Not much. Opens up the jack. I wonder. I was thinking that maybe Wilson will try and knock the jack out of play. Looks like he's going for a bit of placement here, perhaps coming off the blue ball. Now, that is a great shot. The jack is neatly covered. One red and one blue. But Wilson's got his ball closer. Put Arnott in a spot of bother here. So, gone for the tight option, Wilson. Laid up to the jack. And now Arnott's decision is to fire down the big guns to try and loosen things up. He has done that now, so do we see Arnott go for it again with a bit of power? Or do the same as Wilson and play a layup? Looks like he's got the angle to get in between the red and the blue. Perhaps play off the red to nudge up behind the blue. A lot of welfare, got almost everything set up, and then has just asked for a slight change of angle. Since his debut in 2019 at the Zagreb Regional Open, Will Arnott. Making his Paralympic debut here, 5 years after his international debut. Pushing on the blue ball, and has done enough. And the pressure moves over to the red side of the camp. Despite using just a little bit more time than perhaps he would have wanted to, Arnott's put himself in a strong position again. And we see some more power being deployed by Wilson. Has he opened this one up enough? Second Paralympic Games for Patrick Wilson, Paddy, as he's known. Games of Rio 2016, where he finished 6th in the individual competition. And as confirming that ball he's just played has stayed in play. It touches the line, then it would have been removed. Get this one right on the jack. Oh. Exceptional to aim it, but he's left it open. So he just was just a bit overcautious about touching the blue ball. The thing about that ball that's just been played is it's going to be difficult to move, so again it's a question of precision or power for Arnott. So still blue, but not a bad position. Will Arnott. He's going to play a very, very similar shot here. Pushed on nicely, but I think he's looking to roll up and on top, or perhaps up and over. But perhaps a stroke of luck. The ball climbed up halfway and then rolled back, and that's going to hamper the angle that Patrick Wilson can come in at this, the house, if you like, another curling term. Basically, it's going to hamper the route to the jack. So power is the way forward for Patrick Wilson. His last ball. He's knocked one out of the way.
Out.
One minute.
1 minute.
So Will Arnott, with just 15 seconds left on the clock, releases his final ball. Can he make it 2? Now we will find out. Just the 1 point there, not quite enough, but Arnott wants to go and have a look. As does Wilson. And there you can see clearly just the one ball with the white stitching the blue one. And at the halfway stage, there's nothing between the two Brits. Arnott 1, Wilson 1. So 1-1 between the two British athletes, with 2 more ends to come here in the Paris South Arena at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games Boccia venue. Halfway through this match, both players holding their respective ends, keeping the contest tight, 1-1. Who can maintain their consistency as we go into the second half of this match? Paddy Wilson releasing the jack for the start of end number 3. This intriguing contest between the two Brits. Similar pattern of play here to the first end. There's a bit of power to open up the white ball, the jack. On the first ball wasn't quite as tight as Patrick Wilson produced in the first end. So Arnott has opened the jack with just one ball. Seeing this rotation of power versus placement with both players. Options. Options are open for Patrick Wilson as we see this delicate little touch right onto the jack. See a little bit of power here. Quite as much as we've seen before. Looks like we're going to see at least a 2-ball visit from Patrick Wilson. Oh no, has he done? Has he played a blinder there? Is that close enough already? Fernandez having to get out the mini calipers here to check this one. So it was enough. It was enough to get closest ball. So just a single ball used from Wilson. I wonder if that's going to give him a bit of an advantage here. Interesting one, really, because I think that Wilson probably would have wanted to have have been happy to use another ball. The shot was, his second ball was better than expected. But what it does mean now is that, if you like, the control of the game has moved back to Arnott. Whereas Wilson would have wanted to stick a guard up, Arnott now has the opportunity to clear some space. From the right-hand side as we look at it. Effectively out of play the ball that he's played. It stayed in the court, so it won't be removed, but angle's getting a bit tighter for Patrick Wilson here. Got a nice little wall, those two blue balls furthest away from us to the right. This has to be right. Just knocked on there. I think that's still red. It'll probably need a measure, but it looks like red's closest. What does Wilson do here? 4 balls left. Doesn't have a line into the jack. That's the key question. Just pushed on. I mean, he's still got 3 left. So he can now play off the ball he's just played. You need to get the weight so perfect here. Doesn't want to ricochet off that ball he's just played too hard and move the jack across to the left as he looks at it, because that will move it closer to the blue ball. on for 2. I think it's quite 3. So now he could go between the jack and the red ball. As we look at it there, the 2 red balls to the right of the jack. He wants to come the other side. If he catches his own red ball, he could be on for 3 here. Look at that. Went for a bit of power there, and I think he's on for 3 here. Potentially 4. This could be huge. Sacrifice the ball, but that doesn't matter. This could be the end that swings it. Wilson's in a box seat right now. He is in control, just needs to hold his nerve. Now, this could be huge. Yeah, understandably, Selena Hernandez, the referees, called the players up. I don't think it was 5. There's just a little bit too much distance on that. The 2 balls tucked together. Amazing. Oh, what an end from Paddy Wilson. That is huge. Made by the penultimate ball. Yes, indeed. But it was the shot before that that made all the difference there. A huge turnaround in the third end. Patrick Wilson leads his British compatriot by 5 points to 1, and he should. Even though the hammer, if you like, is with Arnott, Wilson should see this out now. Yeah. Start of the fourth end. This EC3 men's Pool A match on the first day of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And after sharing a point each in the first 2 ends, Paddy Wilson, playing in red, scored 4 in the third. his opponent and teammate. Arnott goes long with the jack. I know both of them have got a long game. Is this a bit of a Hail Mary from Will Arnott? So first ball has gone right and long. Now, we're going to see a slightly more defensive game here from Harry Wilson. Interested to see what he plays here. Does he go past Jack as well as his opponent? He does indeed. Blue closest, so we'll see Wilson potentially playing again past the jack, but closer to it, not going far quite as much. I mean, the ideal position for him would be between the jack and the blue ball. Big.
Out.
So he's effectively turned certainly the blue ball into a guard here. To the jack is certainly easier for Wilson than it is for Arnott. Wilson will play again now. Quite as much power. We'll thread this through the gap. little adjustment on the height. Is it going to make it between? Oh, it does, but it's just a little heavy. It's a banker, though. If the jack gets pushed on, that ball will come into play. To just get it through that tiny gap is incredible. Not the ideal position for him. He wants to have the balls in front of the jack now, but Cloud. Last-minute adjustment on the height the ball was released from. Perhaps a little sign that second-guessing himself. Raised it just that little, just that couple of centimetres, and that was enough to carry it a little too far. His fourth ball now. He's had a sighter. Can get this one right. He's going to have to play again. 2 balls to go. A minute left on the clock for Wilson. Now a much more precise shot coming. I think he might be trying to knock on here. Push on one of the balls he's already played. And he does just that. The thing for me though is he's left a gap for Arnott here. He's got one more ball to play, Wilson. He's got to be thinking now, can he fashion a way of scoring 4? I think the goal when he went for the long jack was really to just close the gap up. I think the win was possible. Wilson's last ball has finished in a good position, but it's one of the hardest balls, so easy to remove, and it looks potentially that's what Arnott is looking to do now. Bit of power, knocks it out the way, and both balls sacrificed. Kept his cool there. This going to go? Has he found a way through? No, what he's done is he's blocked the path supposedly to the jack, but I think that ball closest to us, the red one with the gold arrow on it, leaves an opportunity here for Will Arnott. Use that ball to play into the jack. 4 balls to play. Is there a way that he can get 4 points? I think the this next shot is absolutely crucial. So Wilson has played all his shots. 4 left. He's come on the other side. He's going to need to knock this jack on to get the 4 points he needs. That's creeping between the red and the blue ball to the right of the jack as we just looked at it. And getting it in an absolutely precise position directly between the 2 blue balls that are out there already. If you can knock it on, it's going to go close to the ball as we looked at it to the left. Got to find a gap here. That doesn't look like it's enough. And I think that that's ended up as just 1 blue. We wait, we wait. As 30 seconds tick on, he's got to knock the jack here. Needs to get a rock on here. He's going to have to push this straight away. He does. Now, can he find the gap? Well, he's knocked the red out of the way. I think he wanted a bit more of a solid connection. Doesn't look happy with it. And we wait the measure here, if it even needs a measure. Selena Hernandez asking them to come up to witness the measure here. I think that was Will Arnott congratulating his teammate. So happy that that one is closer. It could be. See the camaraderie between the 2 British athletes. Yes, of course, both of them wanted to win. But match effectively conceded already by Arnott. It's very close. It's closer than I thought, and I think we need another measuring device here. Selena Hernandez just waiting for judge, overseer, the supervisor, to come and adjudicate whether this is 2 or 3. Important. It's important because losing scores could make a difference in these small pools. Making sure that we eke the very most out of this very tight contest between the two Brits. Bigger calipers coming out. Almost impossible to tell. That is so close. Well, a call made for 2 blue. There it is, confirmation then. Wasn't enough, needed 4, but important to get as many as he could. Will Arnott finishing on 3 in the end, but the third end turned the match around for Paddy Wilson of Great Britain, who has opened up Pool A with a victory over his teammate by 5 points to 3. As always now, the balls being examined after the conclusion of each match. And everyone's happy with the final score sheet. They just check everything, double check, and there it is. A 5-3 victory for Patrick Wilson of Great Britain over his teammate William Arnott. Third end, a very special third end. 4-point grab for Wilson. Welfare ramp assistant for William Arnott, talking him through it, but in the end it's Patrick Wilson and Meredith Greenwood, his ramp operator, go away with a victory in their first Pool A match here at Paris 2024. So confirmation then in the all-British affair in the BC men's individual Pool A match. Patrick Wilson has taken victory over teammate William Arnott by 5 points to 3. Fabulous first session here in the Boccia venue at Paris 2024. Reigning Paralympic champions David Smith from Great Britain and Sugimura Hidetaka from Japan open their defence with victories in their pools. We also saw Canada's Alison Levine and Great Britain's Patrick Wilson take victory here at Paris 2024.